Good morning. Welcome to the Museum of Glasses Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for today. We have Tanner Weiss with us. As we're preparing and setting up, we're just going to get all of our items together before we actually start the process. So it'll be a few minutes before we actually start to blow and gather all the exciting parts that you're here for. Thanks for being with us, and just hold on tight until we get started, and then I'll give you guys an overview, okay? Hey, Chris, text me at 253-282-8861. I'm trying to see if you can hear me without everybody else hearing me. Text me at 253-282-8861. Hi, Chris, did you hear me calling you? If you look up at the big screen here, you can see some of Tanner's past works. Tanner Weiss is he comes from California. He began glass blowing in 2015. He's worked with many artists from around the world and is now here as a visiting artist. He's been here for the past week creating his signature irises and other things, other designs. So as the glass blowers have began to start working, I'll give you guys a basic overview of how things are made here in the hot shop. So everything we do begins in the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank that holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which means we never turn this machine off. When you open up the door to the silver tank there's a black door on a silver tank. You're exposed to about 2,100 degrees, so 2,100 degrees of heat. So from there, dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As the artist rotates that rod, they'll begin to gather glass. Glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself as you rotate. And so once we get that bubble, we have a really nice gather of glass. We'll blow into the end of that pipe, cap the pipe, and then a bubble will form, similar to the shape of a balloon. And from there, in and out of the glory hole is how we keep the glass hot. So we have to continue to reheat the glass during the process. The glory hole is also powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's only used as a reheating chamber. There's no glass inside of the glory hole. Its temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's also super duper hot. If you look over here to my left, Gabe has designed a punty, so he's designed a transfer bit on the end of a rod so he can pick up glass from out of the out of the box, which is also an annealing oven. So once he's attached himself, he'll come out and he'll go into the glory hole to add heat to this glass. It's been baked and brought up to temperature. It was pre-made and then reheated, and now we're gonna go back and rework it into a process. As you notice, the artist always has to continue to turn the pipe. If not, gravity will pull it down towards the ground. And to my right, that's Tanner Weiss, and he just gathered some more glass. Once again, he is our visiting artist, and so he'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool that pipe down, because dipping into the furnace at about 2100 degrees can kind of make that pipe a little bit warm. So we want to cool it down. And in with his blocks. Can we please see the block diagram? The blocks are just a hollowed out sphere. They're typically a fruit wood, and they're used to help shape the glass and also chill it a bit as they're shaping back and forth. Thank you. It'll provide a layer of steam which protects the glass. And as he rotates and shapes, in with his papers to add some more shaping, and the papers are simply folded up newspaper, and they're soaked in water. And so that's why they look black like that, because they've charred due to the hot heat. It's the closest tool you can get, the closest thing you can get to the glass with your hands without burning yourself, but you can still feel that thermal energy moving through the materials. Hey, Miss Girl. Hey, girlfriend. Hey, Miss Lady. Hey, Miss Lady. Back into the furnace, and as he rotates and rotates, he'll get some more glass, and the glass looks orange because it's radiating thermal energy. And it's not orange, it's really clear. All the glass inside of the furnace is only clear. We add color to glass in various different ways. I can show you guys a bit better than I can tell you all about how we add color to glass. One process is known as color overlay. So can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So to catch you guys up on the process here, we've blew out this clear bubble, and now that it's no longer as hot as it was when it came out of the glory hole, you can see that it's cooled down. So what we're going to do is we're going to stuff this into a cup that's been carved out. So let's see, there's this vase here has been carved, and the vase here that, at my right side of the hot shop has been carved also, but The process of carving it and sandblasting it is a very intense process that requires a couple steps. When they're all done, it kind of has a gritty after appearance. And so what Tanner's doing now is he's bringing it back up to heat and he's giving it a fire polish to give it a finish. How this all transpired on my right side is being created right here in the middle. So Ben now at the glory hole, he is rotating a pipe that's a clear bubble that he's going to stuff inside of a carved out piece. And so it's called stuffing a cup. And so you'll see him pick it up out of this box where the cups are being preheated to be worked into the process. Do you guys have any questions? Go ahead, you can yell it out. Oh, okay, I could show you. So when we continue to take glass out of the furnace, our hot shop technician has to recharge the furnace. That's how we add more glass to our furnaces. So there are 3 components. Can I please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other 2 main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did that help you understand how they make glass? Yeah? Cool. Oh, what's up? When they put designs on the glass, how do the designs stay? It doesn't melt away. So what he's doing right now is he's gathering some glass and like that's when he dips into the furnace, that's what we call gathering, right? So he's building up this bubble and right now Sarah added a tube to the end of his blowpipe so she can add some more air into it when they go to stuff the cup. The cup that they're stuffing today already has designs carved into it. So it's pre-designed. Okay, so here we go. Into the big carved cup. Sarah's gonna blow into that pipe. It's a tube to help her blow because Ben can't get up there because it's too high. And she's blowing that bubble, and there is the design added to this cup. Welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. If you're just joining us, we have Tanner Weiss with us today. Tanner is our visiting artist for the week. For those who have just joined us, can you please see Tanner's work? Tanner began blowing glass in 2015. He's worked with world-renowned artists, and now he's making his own work here at the Hot Shop with the Museum of Glass team. The fluffy torch is used to add heat to the back of the pipe. This part of the pipe is the first piece, it's the last part of the pipe that goes into the glory hole for reheating the piece, and it's the first part that comes out. So we have to give it really nice flashes before it goes in to keep the heat properly and evenly distributed throughout the piece. It looks orange right now because it's hot. The real color is not orange. Hi, welcome. How are you all? I'm well, thank you. For those of you who are just joining us, I'll let you know a little bit of how our process started. So everything that we do here starts in the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And then from there, we'll go in and out of the glory hole to keep this glass warm. Everything must remain above 1,000 degrees during the process. The glory hole does not contain any glass. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, And it's that oven that's there that's radiating orange. Thank you. Right now, the part of the process we are at, we've created a bubble. We've stuffed that bubble into a carved cup, which is the design you see here. And Ben just went in and he carved a line of tension. This is where we separate the piece from the pipe later to be able to work on the opposite side. Right now, we're working on what will be the bottom. When we transfer ourselves off, we will then be able to work on what will be the top. And so back in with those jacks. So jacks are used for multiple different reasons. They are really a really large tool for carving and shaping. And we'll blow and expand that. Oh, no, oh, sorry. It looked like it was growing to me. And so as he's shaping, Tanner will blow into the end of the pipe to expand the piece and help guide as Ben guides the shape with his hands. Tanner Weiss is our visiting artist, and we're working on some of his design work and enhancing it in different ways. Can we please see some of Tanner's past works? If you look up on the screen here, you'll be able to see some of Tanner's past works. Tanner's in the black tank top. He is originally from California. He began blowing glass in 2015. He's worked with artists from all over the world, and now he gets to work with the Hot Shop team here at the Museum of Glass. When you're a visiting artist, you get to create your work. He said that it took him about 2 to 3 months to prepare to come and work here in the Hot Shop. He's had to get a lot of his designs pre-made, his cane pre-cut and pulled and then rolled up, and then he designs cups that can be restuffed. Carving is also a really intricate process. What you see that they're working on now is a carved cup that was reheated and stuffed with a clear bubble. So it's a stuffed cup design that they are enhancing and creating into a different shape. So that whole entire design was already pre-made. And to my left here, or your right, my left, Gabe and Chris, they are working on fire polishing. And what that means is that Tanner made a cup, he then carved into it and sandblasted it, which left an ashy finish. So now they've brought it back up to temperature and they're fire polishing it. And then they'll put it back away. As you can see with the hot torch there, they're pretty much melting away the sandblasted texture that was given after we carved it out, after Tanner carved it out. It's a beautiful color. Hello, welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. cups that get stuffed to add pattern. Can we please see the iris slide? So the iris is an eye, is the part of your eye that Tanner's inspired by, so he creates it. He likes the variation of the different colors and the way that eyes are used for communication. He was raised, his parents raised him to give good eye contact, he was telling us on Monday. And so from there is how the pattern derives is that stuffed cup. So what they do is they stuff it and they can stuff multiple layers to add more lines. The more you add, the less separation there is between the lines, and then they spin it out. The black part is added before they finish the cup. The black part is added to these patterns. It's done in a process of how it's known as an encamo process, which means to graft. And so you just graft on a black cup on top of the pattern cups after you pick it up. It's kind of hard to explain without watching it, but I can tell you a bit more. And so that's how the patterns on the iris are developed. So these cups are put into the oven, and they're stuffed, and they're stuffed, and they're stuffed, and then they're heated, blown out, opened up, and then they graft on a black cup, and then they spin it out. They did it the other day. It's a long process. Sarah's coming over, and I believe she's going to place on a hot Fitbit. As you can see, his shears are diamond, which gives him a 360 cut. Pretty cool, huh? I said, those are some good scissors. For those who have just joined us, can we please show them Tanner Weiss's slides of his work? So what they did was they put on a foot, a little foot, and so they're going to make a small cylinder. So it'll be a pretty finish. So when it fits on the table, it'll have its own elevation. So it kind of looks like it's floating in a way because the cookie bit is clear. And that little bit that was added has now been shaped into like a slice of a cylinder. And that will allow for this piece to sit on its own, almost as if it's floating a bit. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll be happy to try and answer them. So as we continue to pull glass from the furnace, come down here. Come down here so I can hear you. Walk down here so I can hear you. Hi. What's your name? Nice to meet you. I'm Emily. What's your question? I can show you, okay? I'll show you. I'll show a video for you, okay? Of how the glass is made. Okay? Because it'll be easier for the video to explain than me. It's a process. Okay. Huh? Are we gonna make cone glass? Are you gonna make your own glass? make some glass, you should tell your parents to take you to a glass blowing studio. How old are you? 10? They might let you do it. They might let you do it at Tacoma Glass Blowing Studio, but do it here. We don't really do it here all the time. What school do you go to? Yeah, but what school do you go to? Where's that? In Auburn? Yeah, you're going to have to tell your parents to look up the Hilltop Artist Program. If you go out there in the Grand Hall, there's a brochure about Hilltop Artists by the elevator door. Get the brochure and take it home and take it to your parents and tell them you want to do this. They can take you to the program, but you have to be 12. So you got to wait a little bit. All right? What hot thing? Where he's going into? So the hot thing that he's using to heat the glass is known as a glory hole. It's a reheating chamber. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. The temperature is kept at about 2,300 degrees. That's 2,300 degrees. So I had a really good question, and the question was, how is glass made? Can I please see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about how glass is made here in the hot shop?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2,300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So as you can see here in the middle bench, Sarah has come over and been attached a transfer rod. He's adding a little water and he's detaching himself so they can work on the opposite side of the piece. We call the transfer bit a punty, so bring over a punty rod. Puntil is the Italian word for to bridge, and so it's how we bridge the beginning and the end of the process. By transferring the piece off, we're now able to clean up the lip. The lip is the top of the piece. What makes the color? How do we get different colors? And so there are many ways that color is applied to glass. In this process, Tanner probably used a color overlay and then he carved into the glass. Because all of the glass in the furnace is clear, we have to add color through multiple different processes, which means we can add color with chopped glass, we can add color with preheated color bar, or we can add color with powder glass. We refer to those cups as pattern. Those are patterns. So there's a difference. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, Adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So glass is really expensive. So like this much, I can make something this big because the more volume I add in clear and blow it out, it's just the bigger I like. It's a little bit of color goes a long way, but it's the clear that actually allows you to you blow a little blue bubble into a big clear bubble, and you get to only see a big blue bubble because the clear is what helps you shred. So it's like adding food coloring to Play-Doh, or like dough. Your dough, your dough might be white. Your dough might be white, but I put a little food coloring into it and I mix it up. But color itself is made from compounds. So like some of these colors, if you oxidize them, they start to become silver. Like some of my colors, if I put enough oxygen on it, I get to see the gold come out. So the true compounds come out. If you reduce the environment of oxygen or if you increase the supply of heat, it depends. Usually it's reducing oxygen. You can silver things or you can gold things. It's crazy. Yeah, so I flame work. So I make like wearable art. So like the big the big gummy bear. I make like rings and bracelets. See, I make little stuff. I'll be demonstrating. If you guys are local, I'll be working at Chihuly Gardening Glass, making my perfume bottles that are going to be sold at the Space Needle. I can show you.
That's very exciting.
Yeah, I've been doing this for a long time. I started when I was 11. I'm 30.
Just 2 years in.
And so we've added another bit of glass. That bin is shaping up now. So Tanner has the Sofietas, the little puffers, and he just added a little bit of air into that vase. So this tool allows us to add more air because the end of the pipe is now solid. It's no longer hollow. And so as you can see, as Ben has gone in with his jacks, he's slowly opening up that piece, that mouthpiece. When it's hot, he's able to go in with a pinch and open up his hands. And as he opens up his hands and they rotate, it will also expand the mouth of the piece. What's up? Oh, well, that sucks. You should drop some money down there. So all of the glass that's inside of the furnace is clear. For those of you guys who just, oh, I think everyone's been here for the most part. But if you're just joining us, I'll give you an update on how things are started here in the hot shop. So all the glass that we start with in the furnace here is clear. The furnace is a large ceramic tank, and it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It's about 2,100 degrees. So when we dip into that furnace, we gather enough glass to blow out a bubble. After we blow that bubble, we'll add more glass and we'll shape the glass. We'll add different components to the glass, such as color or patterns. And then we'll go in and out of the glory hole to be able to keep this glass heated. There's no glass inside the glory hole, there's only heat. It's about 300 degrees, and it's used to keep the glass from intersecting with thermal shock. As we continue just to clean up this lip on this vase, then we'll move forward and we'll put it away in just a bit. For those who have just joined us, can we please see Tanner Weiss's past works? Tanner Weiss is with us here in the hot shop working with the team. He is from the California area, and he's been working in glass since about 2015. He's worked with all different types of artists from around the world. And now he's here with us creating his work with the hot shop team. He told me it took him about 2 to 3 months to prepare to come and work with this team. And that was just the prep work. back in with the Sofietas to give it a little puff of air. All right, so here's the concept. Here's the concept. Big, big bubble base like that. It's cake weight of the big bubble. That'd be nice. What are you talking about? What bag? Hello, how are you all? Good. So as we've come closer to the end of this piece and finishing off that lip, we need someone to catch this piece off the pipe and put it away. And so Gabe's gonna get suited up, and then we're going to put this piece into the oven to continue baking. As it bakes, it'll ramp down. So as it anneals, at the process of annealing, it'll ramp down over a computerized system and be brought back down to room temperature. This process is done to prevent thermal shock. So we'll give a nice little drop of water on that transfer bit. Gabe will position himself to catch it, and then Tanner will fire it off. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. All right, so as we prepare for the next piece, I'll run you all through a basic overview so you're able to understand how the process works. My name is Emily, by the way. I'll be your MC for the afternoon or for the morning. It's still morning. And if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. So, everything that we do here in the hot shop starts in the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. The furnace is the silver tank there with the black door on it. It has a black door on it because we don't want any particles to float into the tank of glass. It will stick because it's hot and it's sticky. And so it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We never turn this oven off. And it holds up to, I think I said it holds up to 1,000 pounds of hot glass. It's about 2,100 degrees when we dip the hollow steel pipe into that furnace. So your hands, your knuckles, they're met with a really high impact of heat, your arms as well. So dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As we rotate that pipe, glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself as you rotate. From there, we'll shape that gather and we'll blow into the end of that pipe, which will create a bubble. The bubble is similar to the shape of a balloon. And then as we get our shape proper, we will work in and out of the glory hole. The glory hole is a large ceramic, or it's a large drum-shaped oven. It's the oven that looks orange behind me. It's also powered by natural gas and forced air. And it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. So this oven is about 2,300 degrees, so 2,300 degrees on impact, also when you stand in front of it. Today we have Tanner Weiss with us. He is our visiting artist, which means he's brought his ideas and his concepts and he's bringing them all to life with our Hot Shop team. He's worked with artists from around the world. He's inspired by irises. Your iris portion of your eye contain various colors and they're even vary within the two that you have, which is super cool. He taught us that. He believes that our eyes are a really strong way of a strong part of the communication process also, but he's super inspired by the variations within both of them. Can we please see more of Tanner's past works and images? If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. We'll give the artist a moment to get started, and then you'll be able to see them glass blow. Oh, so when he's just like, when they have a pipe and they're standing in front of the glory hole, they're just heating the pipe up because we need, nice and warm. Um, we just need a nice and warm blowpipe. So when we go to catch and gather the glass, it's a positive interaction between the warm still and the hot glass. But right now, what he's doing is he picked up a color bar. So there are various ways that color is added to glass. And so what he's doing is he's just shaping a preheated color bar, and this is how glass gets colored. So can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
The color application that we are going to perform on our far left will be the color overlay that you just got to watch in the video. And so as you can see here, Ben is sitting at the bench. He'll blow a little bit of air into that pipe, which creates a bubble. The bubble is the inception point for creating things. It creates a hollow space which will separate you from the blowpipe later. So it provides you a way to carve in a line at the end of the pipe and the beginning of a piece. His shears are diamond shears, so that means they give a 360 cut. I don't know if you noticed, but where he cut it and laid his shears on the top, you could see the blue. The only reason why the glass is orange is because it's radiating thermal energy. It's not really orange, it's really blue. question? Sometimes it's slow motion in the beginning because they have so many moving parts going on. I think we're gonna pick up some paint. As we're preparing the paddle here in the middle bench, we are going to roll up some cane. And what cane does is it creates lines in the glass, so it makes these patterns of lines that never ever touch because they're encased in clear. So it's color encased in clear. And so that means they'll never actually blend together unless you just, you'd have to do a lot of like twisting of the glass, but even then it's kind of far-fetched. Can we please see the pulling cane video? Nancy Callan pulling cane video. If you look up at the big screen, the cane will be picked up and wrapped in the glass and heated, and once it's heated, it'll be pulled. I mean, Nancy's gonna pull it in her video, but we're just gonna leave it wrapped for design purposes. So that's how you pick up cane. Hey, big guy. Oh, your nail color is so cute. I don't know if I want hot pink or powder blue next, but I kind of want hot pink.
Yes, yes.
But I really love that blue. That's
It's
like
always
my
hard to
favorite
decide,
blue.
especially during spring. They have so many different colors.
Usually I just like a good old red.
Yeah, yeah. Little pop.
I'm pretty basic. What's your name? Nope.
You say Levi?
Levi or Levi?
Levi.
Oh, Levi. I have a friend named Levi.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like your hair. It's very pretty. And so now you see Ben has rolled that color overlay all the way over his clear bubble. So he's pretty much masked the bubble, so now his glass will be blue. He'll add more layers of clear glass to add volume and be able to blow out his bubble. So in cross section, it's actually clear and blue, but to the eye, you think it's only blue. But that's the trick. It's cheaper to have little pieces of glass, right, and heat them and overlay a bubble in opposition to us having umpteen crucibles, because those two furnaces that hold the clear glass, where like in Germany where we buy our glass, they have 17 or 5 or 6 different crucibles of different color, and all they do is make color all day, and they send it to the distributors in America. So we buy our glass from the distributors, from like Olympic Color Rod or something, right? So like where I buy my glass is this man named Mike France, and he gets all the glass from Italy, and he's like one of like the 2 main distributors like in the U.S. for glass, for like my type of glass. Yeah, it's all glass is different. So like they use a different type of glass than a flame worker would use, or a boro worker. So like boro workers make pipes and bongs and test tubes, like
Different types of products.
like that baking, like that Pyrex, that's borosilica. So that's a thick, durable glass, right? And then my glass is soft glass, and so it has a different coefficient of expansion. And then this glass is soft glass also, but a different number. They're numbered glass, right? And you don't really want to dishwash or bake with this glass. It's fine art. It's just fine. So this is what it comes out to be in the end. You can eat off of it, but you just want to wash it off with your sink in your hand, because you might break it if the temperature in the dishwasher is too high. It can crack. So right now, Gabe has gone into the glory hole to heat up some of this cane that will be rolled up. We're gonna roll this cane up over that blue bubble. All right. back into the furnace. As he rotates that pipe, glass is so viscous that it'll stick to itself. As he continues to rotate, he'll cool down the pipe before he comes to pick up the cane. Well, they didn't lay the cane down now. As you can see, the cane's being laid down now. He just was heating up the pad. I thought the cane was already laid down. So in order to get this cane, Tanner actually told me he took 2 to 3 months to prepare himself to come here because everything is a little process that takes a little bit of time, right? Big process, a little bit of time. So this cane, he had to pick up a color and then he gathered over that color and then he pulls it out and he stretches it across the room. And then when he has these really long bars, like what he's doing over here in the corner, is he's cutting the cane. And so he's cutting it down to the size he would like. So that's the first step before he can create a cup with lines on it. The lines are the portion of the iris that have color and variation of lines inside of your eyeball. So now they're making a stuffed cup, or not a stuffed cup, I'm sorry. They're making a cup with color on the back, a solid color on the backdrop, and patterns on the top when they roll it up. So these cups here come from picking up cane. And that's just part of the process. When he actually makes the iris, he picks up multiple cups while they're hot. And into the glory hole to get that cane nice and hot. So as the cane begins to catch the heat, then we'll pull it out. We're gonna drip off some of that glass from the furnace. The glass that ends up in this bucket is actually recycled because it's clear. We cannot recycle contaminated glass. Contaminated glass is glass that gets color mixed into it. The cane is nice and hot. Here comes Ben and he'll roll it up. He'll use his broom to clean it up a little bit in case there's any debris on it from the pad. Into the glory hole so he can start to melt that glass into the bubble. So as we continue to constantly pull glass from the furnace here, there's a process that we do known as charging the furnace to refill the furnace with glass. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hello, welcome to the Hot Shop, everyone. If you're just joining us, Tanner Weiss is our visiting artist this week. He's been creating his work. Can we please see some of Tanner's images of his work?
Oh, you guys brought me a picture? You made me a picture?
So now that all of the cane he picked up has been melted in, you're able to see how the you're able to see how the lines of melt. All those canes are just lines. And then he'll go back in and edit up his cut, and he'll carve in a line of tension so he can cut off the excess glass. His diamond shares are 360-degree cut that's provided. I got the picture back. A really exciting program that we have here at the Museum of Glass is known as Kids Design Glass. It encourages the youth to design like the artists do here in the Hot Shop. So if you're between the ages of 1 and 12, you can create with the Hot Shop. If you submit an illustration, then if the Hot Shop team picks your portrait, you and your family will come and or watch your illustration be designed by the artist. Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, they did it, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. That almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a friend.
it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
These chairs eating little kids, man. You gotta watch out. I've seen these chairs swallow people alive. But you made it out unscathed.
As we've added the first layer of design with the cane pickup, that's technically one color cup that's been created on the rod. Then we're gonna stuff this with another cup of of pattern. So we have some pre-made we have some pre-made cups that have been put into the box to be heated up to temperature, and we're gonna stuff the cup that's in there with more pattern. So this is the beginning of the iris, and so if we could please see the iris diagram. So this is the beginning. This is the part that has all of the lines and the dots, just like our eyes. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll try my best to answer them. So Gabe's gonna open the oven because we're gonna stuff the cup. Now that it's large enough and it's hot enough, we're gonna dip down and pick up some more pattern. And he'll cap it, and the cup will fill up with glass slowly as the bubble expands. And there's another cup. So now that we picked up another cup of patterns, we have to get it nice and hot in the glory hole. And as we get it nice and hot, then Ben's gonna marver it properly. So the pipe cooler helps aid in cooling the pipe down once it starts to get a little bit too hot. For those of you who have just joined us, we have Tanner Weiss in the hot shop with us today. Tanner's creating some of his irises and vases here with us and the team. Can we please see some of Tanner's past works? so nice to have at home. A TV on a little stand like this. Yeah, it'd be so clutch. I kind of want one of these. How'd they make this? Hard. Can we just leave the TV right here?
Yeah, that's fine. Where's Michelle?
I don't know. Somewhere being Michelle. She had foot surgery. Yeah, she got the metal taken out of her foot. No, he already picked those up. He picked those up in the cup. It's a stuff cup. It's called a stuff cup. And so he rolls up this cane over a clear bubble, and then he makes a cup and he puts it in there. But they just moved a little oven so they can wrap it up. They're gonna put some cups in there. See, Gabe put the cups or he's cleaning it out so he can heat up the oven so they can put stuff cups in there maybe. I don't know. That's a maybe. And so as you see, the cup that he picked up is now gathered over. And it looks orange because it's hot. It's not really orange, it's just clear. The very base of this piece is a blue with patterns over the top that he rolled up. And then he picked up another patterned cup. So now he has 2 layers of pattern, a couple gathers, and he may even stuff this cup one more time. I'm not sure, but we'll see. This tool that he's using is known as a block. This tool helps cool the glass and shape the outer layers, but the inner layers are still piping hot. And so as you can see, as he's edited up those cups, you can see the patterns trying to come through all of that orange heat. For those who just joined us, I would like to give them a better understanding of how color is applied to glass. So I'm going to show the color overlay video again to help them understand. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. To Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So as you can see, Mallory continues to blow to expand that bubble that's inside under all these cups. And then Ben uses papers. Papers are just good old newspaper folded up into a square and soaked in water. And what this does is it allows him to get as close as possible. These ones have been being used all week, so you see they kind of look limp and they're falling apart a little bit. They only last about 7 days or less. And then we just make some more. So what they're doing now is looking at the diameter of the black portion, that smaller ball that's in the that's on the bench in front of the larger piece here. So, as they're sizing up these two pieces, they're going to encamo them together later. Encamo means to graft, like kind of like how we skin graft things. We also glass graft things together. Encamoing allows for a very clean, precise connection between the two cups. And he's just cleaning up the end of this cup here. He'll knock this off when he's ready. The papers allow him to get as close as possible to the glass with his bare hands without getting burned. But remember that glass always has to be kept above 1,000 degrees while working, so he can still feel all that thermal energy flowing through the materials. And as you see, he has a silver sleeve on to reduce the impact of the heat that continues to meet his arm. We also just like to sit and allow the glass to chill. Glass blowing is a hurry up and wait type game because you have to hurry to apply things and you have to hurry to cool that hot glass. So when we just sit here and let the glass rotate back and forth, we're allowing it to hold its shape and cool down before we move to the next step. If you're able to stick around for this whole process, the end is the best part when they spin out the iris and they make the whole entire disc. If you have a chance or if you would like, you're welcome to see one of his designs here of the iris. It's a really, really, really big disc. And so he'll knock off that extra piece, which also opens up this piece a bit. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? And so this glory hole that Gabe and the team continue to work in and out of, we light it up in the morning. It's about 2,300 degrees. It takes about 1 hour to ramp up to that temperature. As you can see, the other glory holes are dark, and they're the ones that aren't on are dark. The ones that are ignited with heat illuminate orange. So they've opened up the end of this piece to be able to encamo another cup on top, or in addition, I guess. And so with his jacks, he'll go in and initially they're pinched together, and as he opens up his hand, it also widens the mouth of this piece. He's slowly opening his hands. The jacks are a multi-purpose tool. You can open up things, you can shape things just as he's doing now. We've opened up this cup to be able to encamo the black part of the iris. Once we graft on another cup, we will then blow this eyeball out, or blow this iris out. Once we blow it out into a dome, we're going to take it off of this pipe and spin it out. The cup that we're going to add is on the right side of the shop. Oh, there's Sarah with the cup now. It's not ready yet, but we're going to size it up. Oh, it is ready. So, just kidding. So once we size it up and then we have the proper sizing, Sarah will bring it over and knock it off, and then we'll slowly bind them together. To secure the shape, we'll do a few rotations with some papers. And then when Ben's ready, he'll use some water to detach Sarah, or he may just knock her off. And that is how you encamo two pieces together. For those who have just joined us, Tanner Weiss is our visiting artist. He's been blowing glass since about 2015, and he is a senior in high school. If you look up at the big screen, you'll be able to see some of his past works. So we'll give it a little flash with the fluffy torch. This portion of the glass is always the first piece to come out of the glory hole and the last piece to go into the glory hole when we're giving the piece a nice reheat. So we have to add some energy, we just have to add some heat to that portion on our own so we keep the connection secure. So as he continues to shape and guide the glass, Mallory will blow into the end of that pipe, and as you can see, where the two cups were met, they will soon become one big hollow bowl. Can we please see the iris image? We will be achieving an iris, which is the inside of your eyeball. We will achieve this disc shape today after we spin this, after we blow out what we're working on now, then we spin it out. So Ben has gone in and carved in a jack line, and so now you can see at the end of that pipe where the glass is starting to build up and where there's been a carved line. That's the distinction between the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. It's a line of tension, a reference point to remove ourselves later. As Sarah caps, Ben will slowly start to blend that cup all the way in with the rest of the glass. And we're getting to the exciting part before we blow this piece all the way out. We brought out the rollers and put them onto the bench. The rollers allow us to spin in one place very fast in opposition to rolling up and down on the bench back and forth.
You guys have any questions?
If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand.
Go ahead. You're making a little too much noise. Say it one more time. Yeah, she was helping him shape. Yeah, but more so just protection. If it doesn't touch the glass, it's all about protecting him from the heat.
We always want to give a good flash to the end of that pipe. This is the last piece into the glory hole and the first piece to come out. So we give it a nice flash for just a few seconds. We're going to prepare ourselves to remove this piece from the initial blowpipe to be able to work on the opposite side. So he marked the glass so he can center himself. And Sarah brought over the punty rod, which is a transfer pipe. Puntil means to bridge in the Italian language. So we're bridging the ending, the beginning, and the end. Once she's centered and that glass is cooled, we'll add a little water to that carved jack line, that line of tension, which is the reference point to remove ourselves from the blowpipe. All the pattern is so beautiful. As you can see, some of the colors seeping through. And so a little bit of water. We're gonna hit that pipe off and heat up that lip. They make that process look really easy. That's one of the hardest parts.
Yeah, if they don't do that right, they could, 2 hours worth of work could turn into start all over. Or it just never comes off. It could fall off.
The Hot Shop team has been working here in the Hot Shop for well over 20 years now. They make the whole process look really easy, but it's not. And that's what makes them a pretty cool team. The visiting artist, Tanner Weiss, is here with us for the week. He has an artist's residency. Artists from all over the world are encouraged to apply to blow glass here in the Hot Shop. But you don't only have to be a glass artist. You can be a painter, a carpenter, you could be a designer. You can be pretty much anything to come over and design in the Hot Shop.
I say carpenter.
Our pachofis are like similar to our jacks, but they have wood on the end of them, which helps open and shape the inside of the piece, and it gives us a better grip. They want to add some air, so we used our soffietta, which is a little puffer, another Italian term. A lot of words that are used during glass blowing are actually Italian words because that's where glass is derived. So we brought over the technique and the language too, which is kind of cool.
We're speaking English and Italian. We don't even know it. A long time ago, when I first started doing this, I would say, like, I would talk to the crowd like I was talking to the glass blowers, and then Gabe, he's like, you have to say it in English for them because they don't really get the Italian words. And I never really I never stepped back to realize, like, they'll say, like, bring a punty or get the sofietas, and it's like, we're speaking Italian. Just second, like, unknowingly. Because, like, a punty, we say, get the punty rod, or get the punty. And that means a transfer pipe in English. It's really cool. I learned a lot of things.
And so we got those wheels back on the bench, and this part is the exciting part as we're going to slowly open up this orb into a disc and a little bit of an angle and some pressure, and that opening, that lip is going to just open up effortlessly.
Well, kind of. There's, like, actually a lot of effort there. Sometimes I just say stuff. I have to be quiet. Yeah, they are the team. So that's Ben, that's Sarah, that's Gabe, Mallory. It came with Tanner. She's just working with Tanner this week. Tanner's over there. He's with his other assistant friends. He brought a couple of his friends to help him out. Oh yeah, because if not, you're gonna get burnt. Yeah, no, these people, like everyone that's been in the hot shop has been in a hot shop before. This isn't their first time. So, you help where you're supposed to, you do what you're supposed to, and it all works out. And they make it look really easy. They do this every day of their week, of the week when they come to work. This is what they do for work. The three at the bench, this is their job Monday through Friday. But it's really Wednesday through Sunday right now. I mean, you don't really want to work with people who are running all over the place confused. You don't want to work with people who are running around with hot glass. You might get burned. I mean, in all hot shops, everyone's pretty relaxed. Because, I mean, it's like a sport. Once you do it so many times, it just becomes muscle memory. So you just do it. Take your time.
To assist Sarah with all that heat, Gabe put on this big wooden shield there. It's just to help her not get too hot as she's flashing the iris. And as you can see, the iris come to be as they continue to heat it and open it up. And it's hot. It's super hot now. I'm going to assist some of the pieces that are starting to kind of cave in. And as it chills with direction, it'll come back just like it was before it went into the glory hole. I really love this process of seeing the iris. It's a very complex process, but it's beautiful once they get to this part of opening it up. I love the variations of all the pattern. The inside of that eyeball was that very first color overlay. So it would have a blue backdrop and it'll have patterns all over the front. Remember that first color overlay, that little blue ball? So that's what it looks like as it's been worked and stretched out. Gabe's getting ready to catch this iris. So what that means is he'll put on his Kevlar suit. Even though we have on all this protective gear, we're dealing with temperatures above 1,000 degrees. So they can still feel the heat, they just won't get burned. And as you see, as Ben rotates, there's the iris, and he'll spin it out and give it a little bit more direction. He'll give it a little direction, and then we'll knock it off the pipe. After this, we will take a 1-hour lunch break, and so we'll leave for an hour, and we'll come back around 2 o'clock, 2:15 maybe. Gabe's ready to catch this iris. You can see that blue cup and the layers of cups. All right, a little bit of water on the blowpipe. Gabe will catch it. Tanner will hot torch it off. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work today. And one more big round of applause for Gabe putting that into the oven. Woohoo! And I believe we're off to lunch at this time. We'll finish one more cup. We'll finish one more cup, actually, and then we'll head off to lunch in just a few. You're welcome to stay and watch this cup be created with us. So this is how pattern is applied to a color cup. I mean, to a vase, like the cups there. And so he's picked up some cane that's been cut into cross section.
You guys don't have to leave, but you can if you want. Yeah, we'll be back around 2 after this cup. It's only 12:43. We'll go to lunch in a little bit. When he's done with this cup, we'll go to lunch.
Can we please see the Nancy Callan pulling cane video?
So this is how he picked up this cane, and then he's just working it into the cup. Do you see my video I sent you? That's a good one, isn't it? I was gonna show it to you, but you were working. You gotta follow Snoop Dogg. Oh man, Snoop Dogg posts the funniest stuff. Even if it's not him posting, it's still really funny. Hello guys, how you doing? You just missed the really big eyeball. We put it away.
Tanner Weiss is here with us this week. He's the visiting artist. Can we please see some of his past works, all of his slides?
I'm just sitting here sounding like a frog. I just sound like a frog. Heather's coming back.
Tanner's creating a cup. It's a color cup with pattern on top. He's rolled up cane, some pre-created cane, and he'll work in and out of the glory hole, and then he'll fashion this cup up to his liking. And he'll go in with his diamond shears. It's a 360 cut to remove that excess glass. The more he blows into the end of this pipe, the larger the bubble grows. When he's finished up with this cup, we're gonna head off to lunch for an hour and then we'll come back. So he'll go on with his papers, which are used to help shape the glass. It's the closest he can get to the glass without actually touching it with his hands, so they're a great tool for intimate shaping purposes. Chris will blow into the end of that pipe to expand it if he needs. The glory hole that we're working in and out of, it gets up to about 2,300 degrees. It's only a reheating chamber. There's no glass inside of this glory hole. So as you can see, Tanner's actually using a grip. He's gripping to carve that line as the jacks meet the glass. This is our point of disconnection from the blowpipe. It's our reference point when we go to water off this cup. We're just making a color cup to be worked into the process later.
Are we parking this cup in the garage? Is it gonna get parked in the garage? All right, cool.
So we'll just give it a bit more shape. When we are finished with this, so he'll blow into the pipe to expand that bubble after all that shaping. When he's finished with this color cup, he'll put it into the garage, and the garage is an oven here, and it has a hot side and it has a cold side, although both sides are super hot. 800 to about 1,100 degrees. This is where we place items to be reworked into the process. It's all of it's really hot though. When he's all done with the cup, we're gonna head off to lunch, and then we'll come back around 2:15. We just finished a really big iris. We may make another one today. I'm not sure until I get back. I won't exactly know.
Caught us at the tail end of our process, but that's okay. We'll be here till 5, 5 to 5. I like your shirt. It's really cute. We will get a
In order to work on the opposite side of this cup, Chris is going to make a little punchy rod, which is a transfer pipe. It's known, puntil is the word used in Italian, which means to bridge. So it's how we bridge the beginning and the end of our process so we can finish a piece. So as he centers Chris onto the bottom of that piece, He'll then add a little water to that carved line and knock him off. So make sure he's nice and center. Add a little water.
Knock it off like that, they make it look easy. That's the hardest part. The hardest part is carving in that limestone. Got a little sketchy this time. It's okay, you can figure it out.
On the jack line, he removed himself from that initial blowpipe. Now they're just gonna clean up the lip and then park it in the garage.
They're making their lunch in here. That's smart. So this is a kiln. This is a kiln, and that's a kiln. What we call them, like the kilns are like the annealer. And so like annealing is what we do to bring glass back down to room temperature so it doesn't intersect with thermal shock. And so we put all of his pieces in that box over there. We call that the same thing, three different things in here. Boxing or annealing. It's the same stuff. It's an oven. It's just an oven. It's an oven on a computerized system that ramps down over time. So like depending on the thickness of the glass is how long the system is set to be able to ramp your glass back down to room temperature. So like if whatever they put in that box over there will be ready tomorrow around this time or later. And even when you open it, it's still a little hot. So they gotta let it cool down. Yeah, so anything stamped made at Mog in the store is where you can buy stuff made here. He's making his work. It took him 3 months to prepare to come here because one of these little cups that he's making, we use three of those in the one process. So he had to make all this cane, chop this cane down, pick this cane up, and then make one cup. That's just one small part of the entire process. It took us an hour and a half to make one eyeball, like to make one iris. He's making irises, but he's also making other stuff too that he brought. He brought a lot of stuff. So this is cane. You pick up color, you gather over that color, you pull it out, you cut it down. Once you cut it down, you roll it up. Once you roll it up, you shape it. You shape it like this, you clean it up, you put it away. There's a whole bunch over there on the table. We keep picking them up, picking them up. And so like a visiting artist residency here allows them to see how we make their work. We as in the hot shop team, not me. But like it allows him to basically take away the experience but also a little bit more of expertise. He's been doing this since like 2015. They've been doing this since he was little, right? So he's probably a young cat, learning his ropes, learning his way. He started when he was a senior in high school in 2015. So he's still pretty young. Young guy. Um, so I work for the Museum of Glass and Education, but I started at Hilltop Artists at basically middle school. If you're familiar with the area, so my glass is different. So I make like wearable art, and so that's called soft glass, but it's on a flame. I'm a flame worker. I don't really like flames too much, but they're trying to make me blow glass, and I'm like, I might do it a little bit. People like they want me to do it.
So we put the cup into the garage, and now we're off to lunch, and we'll see you guys in about an hour. So thanks for hanging out with us. Come back after lunch, and we'll do it all again, but we'll make it bigger. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. We have Tanner Weiss with us. He's our visiting artist for the week. He's making different types of his work, from his irises to his carved sculptures. As I give them a moment to get prepared, I'll tell you guys all about the process of how things are made in the Hot Shop. Can we please first see some of Tanner's work, all of his slides? Tanner began making glass or working in glass in 2015 when he was a high school senior. He's worked with all different types of artists from around the world, and now he gets to work here in the Hot Shop with this team. Today we've made, we've stuffed a cup, and we've also made an iris up on the big screen. The iris part of your eyeball is what you're looking at here, but it's in life-size, oversized form. There's one on the table here also. Tanner's inspired by the iris due to the variations that they have and the way that we communicate with our eyes. So, everything that we do here starts in the furnace. The furnace is the large ceramic tank with the silver bottom and the black door. That is where all the glass is held, up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and is powered by natural gas and forced air. The furnace gets up to about 2,100 degrees. So when you open up that door, that's how hot it is. When you dip into the furnace, it's like dipping into a jar of honey. And so when you rotate, the glass is viscous, so it starts to adhere to itself. From there, we'll shape that gather and blow into the gather, and it'll create a bubble, which is similar to the shape of a balloon. And then we'll work in and out of the glory hole, which is the large drum-shaped oven that's orange. The glory hole is a reheating chamber. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's only used to reheat the glass. There's no glass inside of the glory hole. And it's about 2,300 degrees. So it's super hot, and it's pretty big. All of the glass inside of the furnace is clear, so that means that we must apply color to glass in different ways. There are multiple ways to apply color to glass, but at first, I'll show you guys what it means to charge the furnace. So as we continue to extract glass from our furnaces, there's 2 of them, we have to replenish that 1,000 pounds at some point. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other 2 main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Chris heated up his pipe and then he'll dip into the furnace to take a gather. And you'll notice as he rotates his hands, he's gotta always rotate when he enters into the furnace. And this is the inception point for many pieces. This is how the bubble is formed. So he'll blow into the end of that pipe and cap it. And here comes the bubble. He's making a transfer bit. So this bit is known as, I want to say like a crown punty. He's going to fit, I believe he's going to fit the cup onto this punty, but I'll make sure. And so so now that he's ready, he's going to place this cup onto that little punty that he made. And he'll release the pipe. So now he's able to fit this cup onto this pipe properly. He can gather over it. And he can continue working. What he did was He made a color and he picked up some cane, and then he cured the cup, and then they put it into the garage right before lunch. And so now they're reworking the cup that they parked back into the process. And so when you park something in the garage, it holds it at an even temperature to be reworked into the process. Can we please see the Nancy Callan pulling cane video? I'm going to show you guys how the lines have been formed and what it means to pick up cane. If you look at the video, this is how you pick up cane to get lines or stripes into your glass. It's a pattern. This is one way. It's just a really good example of what happens when you stretch out cane or when you add cane to a piece. It adds pattern in opposition to color. Color is applied to glass in many different ways. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So today we performed a color overlay, and then we rolled up that cane on top of the color overlay. And we're actually performing another color overlay on the far left bench. And in the middle, we're just taking care of that color cup we just transferred onto a pipe. So we already have a color overlay and a pickup. They're gonna stuff this cup with another cup of design, which are similar to the cups right here on the table. Yeah, so we're gonna have a lot of design added to this today. Pattern on pattern on pattern. So when this cup is ready, Gabe will open up that oven and then they'll stuff a cup. It's called a stuffed cup.
More pattern.
Into the oven. And he'll slowly fill this cup up with hot glass and he'll cap that bubble. And as the air tries to escape, it just gets saturated in that cup.
Hello, how are you all? Good, how are you? Oh, you know, another day in paradise. Blown away before we came here. Oh, were you? Yeah. What did you learn? That it sucks when you drop something. Yeah, that doesn't really happen here a lot. Sometimes, but not a lot. That it's, no, actually, I learned it's very personal. Huh? It's very personal. No. They just say that for drama.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah, they're just pulling your tail. That whole show is weird. It's a good show.
You can remelt it down at the end, so if you
No, not quite. After it drops, just throw that joint away. You can pick it back up.
And
Kind of, not really. It's too cold.
And so onto the marvering table. The marvering table extracts heat from the glass. So you'll see that we go into the glory hole and then back to the table, into the glory hole and then back to the table to get some, well-rounded, good shaping. Then we'll go to the bench and just make more.
Yeah, fine tune it. You know what I mean. Sometimes I just say stuff, and I have to remember what I was trying to say, and then I just stop. It's all good. Yeah, that show's just drama.
I did think it was
Sketchy.
cool. Is it real that you put the baking soda in to create the bubbles in the glass?
Well, that's like a intentional thing. Bubbles sometimes, like, if the glass is like bad, it has bubbles in it. This is like the best glass you'll ever use in your life.
No,
The
but the guy
glass
was
here.
intentionally trying to put bubbles in it. Does that actually work like that?
Yeah, that's a chemical reaction.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool. It's just a chemical reaction. It just turns into like it just makes more bubbles. Those what? The bowls? Oh, the poles? Oh,
How hot do the pools get? That's a good question. Steel isn't the best conductor of heat, but the heat does accumulate over time. And so they just water it off to cool it back down. But they get a little warm. Not really hot. They won't burn themselves.
yeah.
It seems a lot less frantic in real life.
It's not frantic at all. I mean, you don't want to work with people who are running around with hot glass.
Yeah, no, they were just being super frantic on there. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
this
it's
just
fake.
seems
They're
crazy.
capping. They're capping hard on there. I don't really watch it. Not gonna lie, I don't watch it. It's because it's like this is so like not the reality that we
Yeah.
live in. They're just doing it for the likes. They're getting their ratings up. I want to MC on that show. I gotta find that lady so I can be that person so I can host it.
There you go.
One day. I'm not really in a rush though. I'm sure it's gonna be on for a while because everybody watches it.
For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. Tanner Weiss is with us. He's the visiting artist. And we are creating some irises. Irises are the internal part of your eyeball. There's an image up on the screen you can see. We made one this morning. We're preparing one to be made now.
Yeah, I watched like 30 minutes or like a couple minutes of a couple episodes, and it was kind of cringy for me. So I was like, I'll watch this later. But Trent and Minhee, they'll be here on Saturday. Trent and I grew up together making glass, like when we were so super young. Yeah, so like he curated the show at Tacoma Art Museum that we're all in now. Yep, yep. Trent's smart, but he didn't win. That sucks. But that's okay. We grew up as hilltop artists, so I started when I was like 11, and then he started like when he was like 12 or 13. I don't really remember. He came to production a little bit after like I started. He's a glass blower. I'm a flame worker, and so we didn't really have to go to school for this. We just learned how to do it over time. I'm 30 now, so it's been a long time coming. Yeah, it's kind of cool, like this side of it, because now we're like on public display, so it's different. We usually just used to do it. Now it's like everybody kind of wants access to you. We were just talking about that yesterday. If I was him, I'd be like, go home and close the door and not come outside. And so he'll go in with his papers just to shape. But remember that this glass is kept above 1,000 degrees, and so even though he's shaping intimately with those papers, he's not getting burned, but he can still feel all that heat coming off the glass. As he was shaping, Mallory blew a little air into the end of the bubble. We are going to graft. So we're going to encamo 2 cups together. Once the iris colored part of the eye is ready, then we're gonna piece on another black cup for the pupil portion of the iris. We may or may not stuff this cup again, but we'll see. For those of you who are just joining us, Tanner Weiss is here creating in the hot shop with the team. Can we please see Tanner's past work? Did I make what? Oh, no, I don't really make those, no. Somebody else does that.
I didn't know if you were one of the artists, because it's really cool. We
No, they all make them together. Like a lot of people work on them. So everybody gets a chance. They just make cookies and stab them and then put them out. I just asked Trent for some. I was like, can I have some of those? Because I didn't want to go look for them. Actually, I waited too long.
we go out looking, we haven't found one yet, but
I found a Tacoma NFT. I found some NFT on the bridge one day when I was walking, and then I looked it up, and somebody put it there like 11 minutes before I found it. It was like a postcard NFT. It's a non-fungible token for Tacoma or something. Yeah, they put those out. I know, like, they asked me to put a box out, but I didn't. I wouldn't have got far with the box. My coworkers would have taken it. Yeah, so Hilltop Artist is at Jason Lee Middle School. It's up the street, and that's where you're 12, from like 12 to like 21, you can be an artist. You can work there. I started when I was 12. I stopped when I was like 16. Then I started working here. That's when I told my story. Oh no, I didn't. I love it. That's why I said I sold my soul. It's a joke. It's a joke. No, it's great. I work in education here, and I usually teach people how to do this. But my girl that does it recently, she just got her foot surgery, so I had to do it for her. Yeah, I do a lot of different stuff here at the museum. It's nice.
As we heat and just chill, we're allowing the glass just to cool and take shape. The papers, these papers have seen better days, but when they come to their ends, this is what they look like. It's just folded up newspaper, soaked in water. What's an important part to making glass is that you always have to rotate. If you stop rotating, the piece will fall to the ground because it's hot. The core is still hot, the inside's still hot. For those of you who are also just joining us, you'll see that we work in and out of the glory hole. It's the reheating chamber, and it's about 2,300 degrees. The thermometer is reading about 100 degrees in the hot shop, so it's pretty hot in here right now.
This is the vent and the heat wave.
How long does it take to like?
Make this.
Well, no, the stuff he's making is obviously with the texture and the pattern and everything is more involved.
Uh-huh.
But how does it? How long does it take to just make anything?
Um, it always takes like an hour and a half. If Gabe's making it, it takes 30 minutes because he's so good.
I mean, like if you were just like to just start, how long until you can make actually something?
Oh, you mean like how long? No.
Yeah, to learn
It's
how to
kind of
do
like
it.
playing a sport or like playing an instrument.
So you make a bunch of garbage at the beginning, and then it's just like,
Yeah,
all
we
right.
call it chudding out. We just make a bunch of chuddy stuff. This is a dumb question. Oh, what's up? Pardon me? What is the artist? Oh, okay.
Tanner's in the black tank top. So Tanner Weiss is in the black tank top. Yeah, totally. That's him.
Yeah, that's because he's working with our team. So he just brings the content and they help it come to life. And so he's more so the director, but then we have a gaffer, like the person that's like really directing, the, like, you know, making it come true. And that's what the takeaway is that he gets to come and watch his work be made. So he gets to gain a new perspective to take with him through his life. Yeah, because he's the visiting artist, and so he brought the content. We're just the creators at this point. We're just the makers. But see, like because he gets to use our team, it means like it's just gonna become like, oh yeah, it's combined effort. It's totally a combined effort.
If you look down here on the table, this is one iris that Tanner brought with him. And so it gives you an idea of how big this piece is going to be after it's spun out.
They're so pretty, so cool.
What's going on in the mobile oven out here in the middle?
Where? Right here?
No, right there. The mobile oven.
Oh, over there?
In the garage is the oven that is silver and Mallory's standing in front of. Mallory's picking up something and she's heating it. It could be, I'm not exactly sure what it is, but we'll see when she takes it out. And so this is a place where we place pieces to start to ramp up and come up to temperature. Or it's a place, so art's a place where sometimes you can pick up color bar, but it's just a place to park pieces to be reworked or worked into the process. There's one side that's cool and there's one side that's hot. So it ranges from 800 to 1100 degrees, which means all of it's actually really hot. But in glass language, it's a cool side and a hot side.
were young, I just watched Chihuly all the time at home. I took all the DVDs home out of the library. I don't have cable, so I was like, I'm not buying cable yet.
Yeah.
Later. So I just watch all these documentaries of Chihuly in the hot shop. He's so interesting.
It's a lot more like interesting to watch how like chill it is. Like you can see it cooling down and everything. It's sweet.
Yeah, so the DVDs are really cool because you just get to watch like Chihuly in the light of Israel. He's at the Salk. This man has just put stuff all over the world, all over the freaking world.
That's crazy.
Yep,
That's cool though.
I know, because it's just one person and all of his ideas are just like larger than life,
Yeah.
and he's just balling.
How old is he now?
Like 80 something. He's not doing well though.
No? That's a bummer.
Yeah, he's always had like mental health issues, but now it's just kind of out of control, I guess.
Gotcha.
But he learned from Lino Tagliapietra, and Lino's 88. He's been blowing glass his whole life since he was 11.
That's crazy.
And he was just here. He had a dinner. He had a private dinner here. So as Sarah tries to cure her bubble and keep the color all the way around it properly, she'll just blow into it and do some carving. I meant marvering, not carving. My apologies. And she'll cap the end to secure the bubble. So as we continue to take glass from our furnace, we have to replenish the furnace. And for those who just joined us, I'm going to show you guys the charging the furnace video again to learn how we get glass into the furnace. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
How do they refill the furnaces? Do they pitch more glass in?
Yeah, like what you just watched. That's how they charge it, and so they fill it up. They turn the computerized system on for baking it, and they bring it up to a certain temperature. Once it's brought up to that temperature, it starts to melt. So one component's a flux, and then one component's a stabilizer.
Well, I mean, as you're pulling glass out,
Yeah.
do you refill it at all, or just with having so much in there, it doesn't really matter?
No, we just watched the video how to refill it.
Oh, that's the refill?
No, you don't. Well, it gets empty. It gets low.
Okay, yeah.
It gets low.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like when your gas tank. Would you rather
you just
refill
top
at
it off.
E? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you don't want to refill at F, right? You want to refill at quarter to an E. I mean
Okay.
quarter to half a tank.
So you like go down pretty low before you refill it, and then you top it off.
No,
and then you
no.
fill it there.
They don't let it. Well, it gets down low, but if it gets down too low, you burn yourself
Yeah,
damn near when you're
yeah.
rotating in there.
Okay.
So not really E. Maybe like a half.
Okay.
Maybe like 3/4.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll show you. I don't know what they're doing.
if the color is, if the, I mean, if there's no color, because the glass inside the furnace is clear, I'll just start over. Because the glass inside the furnace is clear, there are ways that we apply color to glass. So, can we please see the color overlay video to better explain?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
How do you get the start on the pipe? Like how do you get the start of the glass on the pipe? You just stick the end of the pipe down into the oven to get like a bit of it on the end of it?
Yeah, so you take a pipe and you warm it up and you rotate it and you gather it like this. And then into the furnace and then you blow into it and then it creates this bubble. And then the bubble is similar to the shape of a balloon. And you carve in the line of tension where you want to detach it from the pipe later. So everything we're doing is upside down until we transfer it.
That's like where they use like the tweezers to kind of knock that down?
Yeah, so they make it yeah, it's called a jack line. So you carve it in, right?
Okay.
And then when we flip it over and transfer it with that punty rod, patisse to bridge in Italian. So when we transfer it over, that's when we get to work with the top. So that's why that show is so like interesting, and that's why their prize is so big because like if you to get onto that show, you gotta be good regardless, like way tight. And so they make it like even the first person out is still good, like double good, because it's hard. So there's the jack.
So she's going in to carve a line of tension of where she'll remove herself from this pipe later. The jacks have a little bit of wax on them to prevent a really loud screeching noise when she carves into that hot glass. Can we please see the jacks diagram? And so the jacks are a really special tool. And you see how the blades, the way they're positioned, they're opposite of the beginning of this tool, how it's crafted. The blades are used to cut into glass. Thank you. And so that that carved line is our reference point where we're going to add water later. With her air gun, she's just cooling down that color a little bit. There's nothing coming out of that gun, only air. This this bit that we see here is going to be the color cup that we use for the black portion of the iris. And so Tanner brought over the transfer bit, and so it's known as a punty rod. And puntil is an Italian word that means to bridge. And so we'll add a little water to that transfer line, and we'll so she'll release herself, and then we'll work on the mouth of that cup. It'll be a little black cup that we're going to add to the color, like the pattern portion of the iris. Can we please see an image of the iris? So the iris is the portion of your eye that contains color and different variations of dots. Tanner's inspired by this, or his inspiration comes from the way that we use our eyes to communicate. And so he's putting a hyper focus onto irises. And he taught us that all of our irises are not the same. They vary just a little bit, which is pretty cool, because even though you make something in glass art, no matter how many times you make it, it's never the same. It always varies just a little bit. It's hot down here. My brain is fried. I don't know how they're doing this. Yeah, so up at Tacoma Art Museum, it's 27 years. Are you guys local to the area? Okay, so 27 years of Hilltop Artists. So Hilltop Artists is at Wilson High School and Jason Lee Middle School up 6th Avenue. And Hilltop Artists is 27 years of gather exhibit at Tacoma Art Museum. I have a couple pieces, Trent has a couple of his pieces, and there's like 13 different artists on display. You guys should go check it out. My name is Emily, so if you want to go see the show, you just walk in and let them know I invited you to see the show, and then just let you in. That's at Tacoma Art Museum, though. That's not here. And so Sarah will go in and start to open up this cup with her jacks, and those blades are placed so she'll pinch them on the way in, and then she'll extend her hand, she'll open up her grip, and that's how the cup opening is widened, because it's nice and hot. You can see how orange it is. And she's just using her jacks to shape a bit. Jacks can be used for so many different things while you're creating glass art. Tanner will go in with the paddle as Sarah uses her jacks to shape the cup a bit more. He's just helping secure the opening of that cup, make sure it's super precise. Underneath all that clear glass is a black overlay. So it's black, a little piece of black glass that has been expanded within the clear glass bubble.
Boy, oh boy, boy, oh boy. Kinda. Yeah, maybe. I don't know when. Maybe in like a whole lot of years. Like in a lot of years. That kind of sounds silly though because sand is a natural resource. Maybe that show is interesting. I can only watch so much of it because I'm just like it's different from my experience, right? They just like if there was ever a shortage, I mean, there might be a shortage in glass due to the economic crisis going on. Like it's gonna get harder to get the glass from Italy. So like the guy that I buy it from, he bought it all up and he's getting it all shipped here. But even then, his stuff might get held at the port for who knows how long. Yeah, so that's all they're doing is they're making it harder for international like trade right now, which is annoying.
So Sarah has created a jack line, an additional jack line, and then she's just given a little flash to this small transfer bit.
Mallory, what's she doing? Oh, we're just gonna make it smaller. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad because it's better. I think it would be better if they were smaller. Yeah, but that's just me.
They just keep getting like
So
the color's
big.
so soft. It just
Yes,
keeps like
it's
staying
moving.
crazy.
Oh, I know. I think the color tried to fall off of the thing. I
Were
was
you here
watching her.
yesterday?
No, I just watched her.
Yesterday it was like the color tried to fall on and it like the people part just like
I
totally
think it's because
collapsed.
it's so hot.
Yeah. Well, that color is just really really soft.
Yeah, it's a good color.
So we're just shortening up this cup a little bit. Black is a very soft color, so when it gets hot, it spreads easily.
All right, look. That's why I would say some of that stuff when I'm in here. Like when you say it falls off the pipe, that only happens sometimes. But you brought it in with you. You brought that energy in. No, it's not your fault. You got to see it come true. That color's been giving her a hard time this whole time. She's been struggling with it. Which you don't really see them struggle very much. I think it's because it's, huh? Yeah, she has to start over now. Did she pick it up? Did they pick it up?
It shattered.
It doesn't shatter. It's just that it's not really like once it kind of hits the ground, it's kind of like the survival rate is very slim. Did they put it inside the garage? Did you guys see what they did with it?
No, they went that way with it.
Oh, they probably put it away.
They threw it in a pail.
Put it in that water over there. I
Oh,
don't
they
know.
threw it away. That's trash.
So now they're continue to work on the the color portion of the iris. And so Ben has built up this piece. He's gathered over it a couple times. Now he'll go in with his papers that are soaked in water. And they'll just continue to shape.
Yeah, she has to start all over now. this is like Wednesday. Today's Wednesday, so you know, it gets real sketchy on Wednesdays. It's their Wednesday. It's my Friday.
It's everyone else's Friday too.
Yeah, it's everybody else's Friday too.
You can kind of see some of the color cup that we've stuffed. You can see the colors coming through a little bit, peeking through that heat.
Thanks, Emily. We're
See you
gonna check
guys.
out the rest of the museum.
Yeah, take care. Yeah, that's okay.
So we have to make another cup for the Irish portion of this. It's a black cup. And then we will combine the two shortly. I can tell you guys, or I can show you guys how the color got into glass today, because all of the glass that we start with is colorless from the furnace. And the furnace is a large ceramic tank that has a silver bottom and a black door. This is where we get glass from. It's all clear, but we add color in multiple different ways. And so today we use the process known as color overlay to add color to the glass. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
And Ben's just plucking some imperfection out of the glass. Sometimes a bubble or two can get in there. Just want to make sure you take it out. And you'll see over to the left side of the hot shop, Sarah's made a bubble. And then on this bubble, we'll put a color overlay, which is going to be a piece of hot black glass. Once we lay this black over the clear bubble, the glass will then start to show as black when it chills in opposition to clear. Here at the middle bench, Gabe is just giving a nice block. So he's just giving some nice shape to this big old iris, color of the iris.
I don't know. I don't know.
And so in he'll go with the jack line with the jacks, and so he's carving a line of tension. This line he will refer to be able to remove himself from the pipe later.
From where?
Utah.
Where'd you move to?
Sumner.
Oh,
You
that's
know where that
nice.
is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we just moved here like 2
What
months
brought
ago.
you guys? Work?
Yeah. And so we're just trying to see the things while we're here.
Yeah, that's cool.
This is pretty cool here.
Yeah, this is cool here.
So as begins to open up the end of this piece here, he'll start to tweeze it, and then later he'll give it a little bit of he'll carve a line into it. Then he'll open it up. This will allow us to be able to encalmo, which means to graft. This will allow us to graft on the black part of the pupil. We are making an iris. Can we please see the iris image of Tanner's work? Until he'll take his jacks to carve a line into the glass, which will help him remove some of this glass to create an opening.
We're getting closer to the really good part.
Spin it down.
Spin it open. It's gonna be a little bit. It's gonna be a little bit though. They're about to put the color on. She's gonna bring the cup over in a second. Then they'll blow it out, and then they'll open it up.
Sweet. Is that the part we need to video then?
Yeah, you don't really want a video until they start spinning it open though. Like the last 3 minutes is worth videoing.
So what you're saying is I wasted the last hour here already?
Kinda. No, because then you'd have been like, well, how do they do that? And how do you get color? And how do you get the strides? You would have just had 1,000 different questions. So just watching it from start to finish is the best thing you can do for your own health, for your own mental health. If not, you would have had 1,000 different questions like,
We give it a nice flash because that portion of the glass needs to just be kept heated. And so that's what he was doing with that big torch. That big torch gets up to about 2,500 degrees. And so as he removes himself from this piece, they'll knock it off. They'll give it a nice flash to heat it up. That heat will help us with taking it, removing it from the pipe, that small portion. For those of you who are just joining us, Tanner Weiss is our visiting artist this week in the Hot Shop. Welcome to the Hot Shop.
Sometimes it gets a little cold to knock off, so he just had to flash it so they can try to take it off again.
And now we are closer to the opening to be able to open up this cup and graft on the additional black portion of the iris. This process is known as encamoing. It's an encamo effect. And so you can see a really small hole at the very end of this bubble here. And with the jacks, he'll go in and he'll start to open up his hands very slowly. And then he'll widen out that lip. He'll open up the lip for it to match that cup. And when the two pieces match, they'll graft them together. So we're gonna edit up this cup a little bit by carving in another line, and we're just cleaning up the lip where some of the color and the pattern are uneven, and with that, we'll carve in a line and remove it in just a moment.
It's so damn hot. The air is hot. Woohoo! She said she was successful. What? No, it just keeps giving her a hard time. That's why it didn't work out the last time. She had a little boo boo.
So now we'll go back in with those jacks to reopen up that lip.
Hello. So he's making the iris part, which is like the part that, if you look there, it has all the lines in it. And then we're gonna put a smaller black cup on it this time. Uh-huh. No, the water just went down the wrong pipe. You made me nervous. Why didn't you bring her?
She said she wasn't feeling well and wanted me to put up with these two guys instead of her.
So, this is your son and that's your grandson?
Yeah.
Cool. So she just didn't want to hang out with you guys. She ditched you guys.
She wanted the house alone.
Yeah, heck yeah. That's smart.
The house alone.
Maybe she didn't want to come outside because it's so hot.
It is warm out there.
Yeah, it is.
Not as warm as it is right here.
Yeah, I know. I know I was in my car in the AC.
Yeah.
So as the black cup's almost ready, then we'll meet the two pieces and graft them together, known as an encomo effect.
Drop from where? Yeah, we took a break from 1 to 2. It's just that after lunch it gets really, really hot because these machines been running all day. Yeah, but we took a break. We took a little breaksy poo.
How'd they get the red streaks in there for the...
So the streaks aren't red. They're just colorful. I'll show you though, okay?
So how they got the stripes in the glass is by rolling it in cane. And they did that once. And cane are those little bundles of glass that have been pulled out and chopped up. And then they stuffed it with a cup. They put, they rolled up some cane, right? So that gave them some stripes. And then they got that hot and they stuffed it in a cup. And that cup was already pre-rolled cane and smoothed and then blown out. So can we please see the Nancy Calling cane video so we can show them how cane is developed?
So that's how you get the lines in the glass. Because they're separated by clear glass, they never touch. It's not like painting.
If you look on the hot shop floor, Sarah's going to attach the cup now.
Hey Katie, what's up? Here, come over here. So you don't get burned.
Right in front of the visitors.
Sit down.
Sit? Are you sure? I'm hanging out. Oh, well, I was realizing.
You don't have to sit down, but you should.
I was realizing as we were debating about how hot it is in here. It occurred to me
So he'll cap the pipe to keep that air inside, and we want to give it a good flash. Flashing is to keep this pipe nice and warm at the opposite side of the piece when they put it into the glory hole.
Yeah, my friend, they bought a boat. And so, and but they didn't buy it. Like they didn't buy like a yacht size boat. They just bought a boat. Yeah, but see, we have kids, so it's kind of annoying. So I get very overwhelmed because like my daughter's on the boat, her daughter's on the boat, the little baby's on the boat. So it's just a lot. It sounds like it's fun. Yes, you know. It would be okay if there was a bigger, like double decker, so then that way the kids can just sit down. Yeah, I gotta get away from them. They're too much work. But it was nice. It was chill. We went out, but her husband just drives her like crazy. All right, bye. Oh, I thought you were coming to talk to them. Sorry. You're good.
So how heavy is it? The pipe is about 10 pounds in itself. And then the glass on the end of the pipe, I don't know. I want to say that it's about probably an additional 20 to 25 pounds. So altogether, you're going to get closer to 30, 35 pounds with this, maybe.
I could also just be telling you that. No, it's heavy. It's pretty heavy. So it's gonna be the disc like that. It's an yeah, it's an iris. It's the inside portion of your eyeball. Did Katie sit on my phone? Yeah, so they're gonna keep on.
So as they continue to rotate the pipe and with the paddles, Ben is saying blow or blow soft. And so Chris will add air into this pipe. And right there with those large jumbo tools, he's carved a line of tension, and that's our transfer point. It's the beginning of the piece and the end of the pipe. This is where we're going to release ourselves later to be able to open up this orb and turn it into a disc.
Have you guys seen that virtual reality off in space thing you put on the headset and then you walk around the room? You see that at the Armory? I went and it's so fun. But I need to do it again because I took my daughter and she's kind of like too much for her, over sensory for her. I don't know why I just thought about this. I just did. But you guys should go to that exhibit. You put on this VR and you walk around this room and you're in the space station. It's so much fun. It's so fun, and the tickets are like not very expensive at all to go for the experience. It was so overwhelming even for me at first that I want to do it again. I gotta take off my shoes next time so I can feel the floor because you feel like you're floating. It's very scary because there's no boundaries with the VR on, and you walk around a room. You don't hit people because you can see your friends that are in your pod. You can see your friends and you can see the other people in the room too because it's in VR, but it's the coolest thing ever. It's up the street at the Armory. You guys should Google that. Yeah, experience it. It's not as hot there. Yeah, yeah, go ahead. You gotta yell. You gotta yell. It's about 100 degrees. Okay.
So the glory hole is where they're working at, and that's a reheating chamber. That's 2,300 degrees. And then the furnace is right to its right. It's the silver tank, and it has a black door on it, and that's where the glass is gathered from. That's about 2,100 degrees, and we never turn it off, but we turn off our ovens. Those are like drum-shaped ovens. We turn those off at night.
Propane, or I'm sorry, natural gas and forced air. To cut the glass? Well, you mean to shape it? To shape it? That's paper. That's just newspaper. It's just Newspaper, yep, and he has a paddle. He has a graphite paddle, and he also has a wooden paddle. And you just use very simple materials to shape, and you use your breath to expand it. Carbon, as the carbon tries to release itself, it gets stuck in the glass. As it tries to expand throughout that hot glass, it gets stuck. So
And now you can see as it starts to cool a little bit, there are some of the patterns in there from the cane pickup and the cup pickup.
it's sand, soda ash, and lime. And so I can show you in the video.
Can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn how glass is made?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Next, Sarah will prepare a transfer rod to remove this piece from the initial blowpipe. She'll transfer the piece off in just a moment, and then we're going to start to open up the opposite side of this orb, and we're going to spin it out into a disc. If you guys have any additional questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll try my best to answer them. They've added wheels to the bench to help them rotate just a bit quicker. So we're able to have a steady momentum and a really nice, even opening.
Here. Oh, not yet. Almost. Next one. On the next one, they'll spin it all the way open. I think it should be the next one.
We just want to have a nice, even amount of heat throughout this piece, and so he's torching it to be sure that the heat is evenly distributed. That torch gets up to about 2,500 degrees when you flash it.
Alright, there's your video. There's your video. When he grabs it, that's when you know, like they're almost done, because it is heavy. When Vin grabs it, that man at the torch, I mean at the glory hole. Yeah. He's the hot shop director. He's the lead. He's the gaffer. Huh? Kind of. Yeah. Depends on the day of the week. Sometimes somebody else is in charge, but no, he's in charge for the most part of hot shop. Here it goes.
And there goes the iris. And so they'll lay it down and rotate it, paddle it a bit, make sure that shape is nice and proper. As Sarah spins and spins and spins and spins. Gabe has suited up. As you can see, those wood paddles are catching a little fire because it's super hot. Gabe has suited up to catch this piece, and he has on a Kevlar suit. Although he has on this suit, it'll prevent him from getting burned, but he can still feel all the heat. Maybe this plate weighs about, I don't know, 15 pounds, 20 pounds. It's pretty heavy and it's really hot. So put a little bit of water on the transfer pipe. Gabe will get under it, and then we'll catch it. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work today. And then we'll box it up. Into the annealing oven it'll go, where it will ramp down and it'll anneal back to the room temperature over the course of a computerized system to prevent thermal shock. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us in the hot shop today. We're going to keep working, but that's the end of that, Iris. Woohoo!
We're gonna start working on some stuff soon, but we're gonna be doing mainly prep work for tomorrow.
So about 10 minutes, 15 minutes per second.
But we're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make another piece. We're gonna do prep work.
Why do you keep beating with that many? Can y'all start again on the second shift? Didn't you start working? Like maybe a little. Trick, just call me. Trick, take care. See ya. Trick called me to ask me why that girl had such great legs yesterday. He's like, did you follow her on Instagram? I was like, yes, good for him. What's up? Oh, see ya. You have a question? Are you okay? Oh, you want to look at the iris? Yeah, take a look. I'll put up some slides of what he's been working on. Tanner Weiss is with us in the hot shop.
Where were you? Oh, right now. We just finished and we're just getting started again. We're just getting, someone's gonna go grab some water and we're just starting the whole thing over again right now. You're safe there? I guess. We haven't burned anybody today. Yes, you guys are just fine. So I think we have about an hour left in the day. We were just, I don't know if you saw artist, Tanner Weiss. Do you sell your work? Yeah. How much do you retail those things for?
Hello, how are you? Very good. Who is this 6.5 ring for?
That's one of my coworkers.
Oh, that's really sweet.
She had a bracelet like it, but it broke off.
Yeah?
So I wanted to try to replace it.
Nice bracelet. I like that.
Yeah, yeah. I got it from this artist. You might know her though. I really appreciate this though.
Oh yeah, no problem. I appreciate your support. It's always appreciated.
Yeah. You got some more stuff coming out soon, or you doing anything else?
I made these. This is fun. This is really fun. But this is like my size. We'll be at a pop-up here tomorrow. It's all day tomorrow.
Here or
It's gonna be here. It's a big market. And then, do you watch Blown Away on Netflix? Oh, okay. Well, there's an artist talk for a little while. But tomorrow's a really, really big market, like Freedom Republic. So I think we're Freedom Republic too, which is good. Yeah. So.
I might stop by and see you though.
Yeah, I'll be inside sitting out there if I'm here.
What you working on now? What's happening?
Yeah, this is what I work on. Sometimes. Typically I teach people how to do this, but my girl that I taught, she's out. She had to get surgery on her foot. So
How often you guys do like classes?
so only for you could have done push-up drills, but if you're not vaccinated, they haven't lifted that ban yet. So you can't do it. But we don't do classes for the public here. We only have Hot Shop Heroes, which is a private class that I teach at, and they did that all summer. How you doing? Your dress is pretty.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. We're gonna get started in a second. We're just doing some prep work. Tanner Weiss is here with us. He's the visiting artist that's here with us. Yeah, so give us a minute. They just finished a big old piece. Let me see.
Can we please see Tanner's all the images of his work, please?
Tomorrow's a really big market. It's Marble Mania. So one guy's gonna make marbles, and all these marbles collectors come. And so I think it's like a big, like a market. I wasn't supposed to be here, but I'm gonna stay in town, so I'm gonna come. I have no plans for it, but it's good. Yeah, it's hot now. After lunch, it always gets really hot. I've been in the heat all week, so. All right, you take care. Thank you. Nice meeting you too.
What?
I know him. He bought one of my rings
So as we prepare to get some work, we're just making a little preparation cup, and what they're doing is they've laid down some cane to be able to pick it up. Once they pick it up, they will melt it into a cup. They have a couple things going on over at this bench right now.
Maybe you were going somewhere fun. The car museum, believe it or not, I still have yet to go in there. A lot of people don't come here either, though. I've been here my whole life. What do you do? I know, right? Textiles, yeah. Yeah, glass is a really awesome medium to like dabble in. Yep. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's really cool because, like, I don't know, I've been watching all these Chihuly documentaries, and he does a good job at, like, just creating elements to become one with nature. And so it's fun to watch his work because it's so naturally, like, sculpted. He doesn't use much tool, which I like because I don't like to use a lot of tools either. So,
So Gabe's going to put those canes. They're just little like think like the candy cane without the hook, right? So they're just little bars of color. They're mini, and he's going to put them into the oven to bake. And then when they get hot enough, they'll be rolled up over a cup. They're making the cup right now. Gabe's about to probably gather and make a small bubble. The bubble is the inception point for all pieces, and so that's how we start.
hey, welcome back.
And so you'll see the two gentlemen. Tanner is the visiting artist in the black tank top, and then Chris is at the bench. And what they've done is they've picked up color bars, and bars of color are overlaid onto bubbles, and then they are encased around the clear bubble, and that will be the color of the piece. Well, one of the base colors that we're gonna then roll up cane over, so it will have line patterns on top of a bubble. And so there's the bubble that Gabe just created. He's going to blow into that glass and cap it. And there's a little bubble on top.
Then a lay the color over the bubble and smooth it out. It only looks orange because it's super duper hot, but really it's maybe black or blue. I'm not sure until it starts to chill down. So what kind of graphic design do you do?
I've been a corporate designer for 12 years. But again, I'm more interested on the side with watercolors or pattern designs. But that doesn't make money right now, so.
Yeah. I mean, it does if you're in the right pockets, I would assume. You just have to have a good lookbook and you just shop it to people. Well, you shop it to the buyers. You know. And so he'll lay that color drop over the bubble and then he'll smooth it. And so when he adds glass to this in cross section, it'll be clear and color, but it'll be only visible as one color. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So as Gabe goes in with his blocks, it'll help his outer layers chill as his inner layer tries to stiffen up and take shape.
All the glass that's inside of the furnace is colorless, so we must apply color to glass in multiple different ways. And today we've chosen to do color overlay. When we roll up the cane, that adds pattern, which means it creates lines on the glass, visible lines.
After the longest wait in the world to come work, you guys get the hottest week in the world. I'm surprised you guys didn't melt.
Talk to us after tomorrow. Tomorrow is supposed to be like 100 something.
Is it? When is this gonna be over?
I'm like, not made for this.
So you're like, this ain't me. This is not me. Where are you from?
Either, so I'm like,
You better get into it.
I know.
Girl, I bought these
So
from.
white though, like
Who
who
cares?
blind you?
You just wear stockings with it. I bought these.
That's not a. I'm
I
gonna
would
just
wear.
cut some pants, I think. 'Cause I want them to cover my legs if I'm carrying them.
Yeah,
Or
I
like my
bought these from
thighs.
the Goodwill in the dad section, in the men's section.
Did you really?
Cut
They're
these
cute.
motherfuckers
You just
up.
cut them or?
Yeah, they were pants on Monday. Today they're shorts.
They were.
'Cause I'm
These
so
are the same
hot.
pants you were wearing. Stop. That's amazing.
I had to cut this stuff all the way up. I wanted them to be shorts anyway for the summer, but they were cute as pants. It wasn't this hot though.
I've got a pair of shorts that like have rips in like the inseam.
Yeah.
And I think I'm gonna just cut them here and then use the
Yeah.
bottom part to sew
Yeah,
it
so it's
on.
not gonna get cool again till Monday. It's gonna be hundreds until Sunday. It doesn't cool down till next Wednesday.
Serious?
It'll be 69 on Wednesday.
It is 69.
Where are you from? Here?
I'm from DC originally.
Oh, girl, this
Just like-
ain't nothing to you.
Yeah, I know. This is just like built on a swamp. But I lived in Michigan for 6 years before moving here, so I like got used to the cold.
Oh,
And then I
okay.
came here, and now
Yeah, it's hot. Yeah, I lived in DC
it's
too.
The humidity is what really makes DC hot.
Oh, yeah.
It's not really the heat. It's just the freaking.
Yeah, it's the humidity. It's like thicker than a
My
slice
poor
of.
hair. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I liked it though. It was nice.
DC's it was a really awesome place to grow up, like with all the museums and stuff.
Yeah.
It was very cool.
Yeah, they got the best museums out there. They got the best museums in the world.
I love their
I can't wait to go see that slavery one.
Oh my god, some of the newer ones that they've gotten, like the Native American one, is really cool. I haven't seen the slavery one, but they have.
Yeah, the slavery one's kind of fairly new still.
Yeah, but every museum that's opened up down there or over there is like top notch. I mean,
Yeah.
it kind of has to be like just
Yeah,
because,
yeah,
like,
it has to be.
everything around.
Even that Martin Luther King exhibit is wild.
Yeah.
You know, he's coming out the stone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So working in and out of these ovens that are orange and illuminated, they're about 2,300 degrees, and they are turned off at night. But the furnace is never turned off, and that's where all the glass is located, where Gabe just came out of, and he's stripping some of his glass. The furnace is never turned off. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's about 2,100 degrees.
And so as the cane was rolled up, now it'll be heated, and once heated, they'll start to smooth it into the surface of the cup. And so, as you can see on the far left bench, Gabe is carving in a transfer line to be able to detach himself from this blowpipe. And then we're going to put this little piece away. So what they're making is the pattern cups that we stuff during the process. Sarah is preparing the cane that's going to be rolled up. She's making sure that it gets nice and hot before they roll it up with the glass. As you can see, a really small little bit of glass is added. It's known as a punty rod, and so it's a transfer pipe to remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe so we can clean up the lip, which is the top side of the cup. And as you rolled up the cane, now he's gonna just heat it and roll it out. And soften up the cane. Ben will blow into that pipe to add a little bit of air, and then he'll keep on rotating to smooth that cane down. And so that's how the glass gets patterned.
Hi, Sabrina. You cut your pants up? Oh, I liked them as pants. They were cute. What's up, bruh? Don't be not texting me back, bruh. I slapped the shit out of you, bruh. Hey, hey, I had some work. I had some work that's been DMing me just show up. He's so fine, bruh. He's fine as shit. Oh my god, I'm excited. I'm excited. I don't know him like that. He just be buying my stuff. But today he came to pick up. I'm about to take him for a drink. He already tried to shoot his shot at me. But he's so, hey, but he's fine though. Serena, he came. Oh, I'm not. He came to pick up a ring for me. Right? I'm like, oh my god, this thing is big as shit. Big and fat. Ah! I was playing it for the people. Shut up, Serena. They didn't know.
So he'll carve in a jack line, a line of tension to cut off some of that excess glass to pinch in all of the cane together.
Bro, what is this? This is harder than the same shit back to back on the water. These niggas is crazy. Why are they working still? They get a rise out of this. This is how they get off, yo.
They got a high level of just like stick with it. Stick with it.
Fuck this. These motherfuckers is crazy.
You can see one of the cups that have been created and the lines. And so now Gabe's gonna knock it off and put it into the oven where it can rest.
I'm so excited about that stallion. I'm about to take him to the bar. Roofie him. I'm a slipper. 20 more minutes till I'm free, massa. 20 more minutes till I'm put it in your lap. Sit back. I'll get my phone, okay? Yep. You hold my rose, okay? I don't want anybody to hurt it. Say cheese. When you're done with your ice cream, I'll throw it away. Oh, I like your bracelet on your foot. That's cute. Miss Sarah came today.
And so Ben will go in and carve in another jack line, which will help him remove himself when he wants to knock it off of this pipe. And he'll probably place it in the oven also. And then what they do in the oven is they just sit there to cool down or maybe just to be held idly, and then we'll rework it into the process tomorrow.
What's up, dude? Huh? No, you don't need to buy anything. Want me to put your ice cream in the freezer for a little? So Sarah will attach herself to this piece. We'll add a little water to the jack line, our line of tension that we carved in earlier. And then we'll clean up the lip. Are you guys from around here? Oh, and where? Oh, Barbados. Oh, cool. Yep, sit down. Hi, sit down. No, I'm not buying anything. Sit down. When I get done, sit down. I'm not gonna buy anything. And so we'll slowly open up the lip of that cup so we're able to stuff it later.